the Green Beret who went on a one-man rampage, Roy Benavidez, the Vietnam War. Roy Benavidez's life had been rough as a child. Both his parents had died. He was bullied by his classmates because of his mixed Yaqui Indian and Mexican heritage and had to leave school in 8th grade to help his family. At the age of 19, Benavidez joined the Army, serving in the Korean War in the Texas Army National Guard. He married Hilaria Lala Coy Benavidez in 1959 and completed airborne training, becoming assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division. In 1966, Sergeant Roy Benavidez was in hospital after stepping on a landmine. Doctors said he would never walk again. He had been sent to Vietnam in 1965 as an advisor for the ARVN troops there. Benavidez was carrying out a classified operation alone to gather evidence that the North Vietnamese troops were posing as Viet Cong. While he was on patrol along a narrow trail disguised as a Viet Cong guerrilla, he stepped on a landmine. Sometime later, a squad of Marines came across Benavidez. They initially thought it was a booby trap, but were surprised when they flipped him over and discovered the man in Viet Cong pajamas was Hispanic and wearing U.S. Army dog tags. He was soon evacuated to the hospital. In hospital in the U.S. 2 months later, Benavidez had recovered and awoke. His memories came back to him. The doctor told him he would never walk again. His spine had been damaged and his brain had rattled in his skull. Nevertheless, Benavidez, sitting in his wheelchair, begged the doctors not to discharge him from the Army. The Army was his life. Determined, Benavidez got up from his bed night after night, dragging himself to the wall and putting weight on his legs. For weeks, he pushed through the pain, going further a distance than before, which surprised the doctors. 6 months later, with his wife Lala's support, Roy Benavidez walked out of the hospital. He was promised only a desk job at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, but determined and exercising every day, he trained vigorously and qualified for the Special Forces, also known as the Green Berets. He would be assigned to Detachment B-56, 5th Special Forces Group Airborne, 1st Special Forces. 6 hours in hell. Now it was 1968. Staff Sergeant Roy Benavidez, now with the code name Tango Mike Mike, was back in Vietnam and was off duty attending church, but his mind was fixed on the panicking radio chatter from the front lines. In Loc Ninh, Vietnam, near the Cambodian border, a 12-man Special Forces reconnaissance team, which included his close friends, Sergeant First Class Leroy Wright, Staff Sergeant Lloyd Frenchie Mousseau, Specialist 4 Brian O'Connor, and 9 Montagnard tribesmen who were part of the Civilian Irregular Defense Group Program, or CIDG, were surrounded by a battalion numbering 1,000 battle-hardened North Vietnamese soldiers. Everyone in the unit had been wounded or killed in earlier fighting, and 3 of the helicopters sent to rescue them had been unable to extract them due to heavy enemy fire. When the helicopters returned, they were riddled with bullets. One of them, the door gunner, Michael Craig, age 19, had been hit several times and died in Benavidez's arms. There was no way Benavidez was going to leave his friends out in the jungle. Benavidez jumped onto a returning helicopter that was going back in, volunteering so quickly that he didn't have time to get his M16, so was only armed with a Bowie knife and medical supplies. Benavidez described it as going into autopilot. As he was approaching the extraction zone, Benavidez realized his fellow team members were too severely wounded to run the distance to the helicopter. There was so much enemy gunfire that the pilot, Larry McKibben, had to zigzag in an attempt to dodge it, but was nevertheless able to provide covering fire. Benavidez jumped out with a medical bag, ran through the jungle to the wounded men under heavy enemy fire, taking a shot to the leg, which he initially thought was a thorn bush. He found Mousseau first against a tree whose eyeball had been shot out and was hanging down his cheek, but was determined to keep shooting back. The CIDG were in a pool of blood and patched up as best they could. Benavidez dragged everyone into a defensible position to direct their fire at the enemy and provided morphine to the wounded. He then saw O'Connor and an interpreter CIDG who he motioned to move over to him, but the gunfire started again and they took cover. Another round then hit Benavidez in his thigh. On adrenaline, he popped the green smoke for McKibben in the rescue helicopter to pick them up. While everyone who could move got into the chopper, he suppressed the tree line with an AK-47 he had picked up to cover O'Connor and the interpreter who crawled towards the helicopter. Now Benavidez was looking for the team leader, Sergeant First Class Leroy Wright, who had been killed and who also had intel on him that could not get into enemy hands. Benavidez found his body and proceeded to drag him to the chopper when he was shot again, this time in the stomach and hit in the back by shrapnel from a nearby grenade, knocking him out. When he awoke, Benavidez was forced to leave his dead friend's body. Disaster had also struck. The chopper had crashed to the ground from enemy fire. The pilot, McKibben, was dead. 5 of the men on board, including Mousseau, survived the crash, as did O'Connor and the interpreter who didn't get into the helicopter. Benavidez pulled them out of the wreckage, dispensed morphine, set up a perimeter around the crash site, and called in heavy air support from the F-100s above, which dropped napalm on the enemy position. When the jets ran out of fuel and had to leave, the enemy machine gun fire started again. Benavidez gave O'Connor a 3rd shot of morphine and took another bullet to the leg. Their position was surrounded by North Vietnamese soldiers. It looked hopeless. But a helicopter finally came to their rescue. Benavidez and the rescue team carried and dragged the wounded men onto the chopper, but the landing zone was still being fired upon by NVA troops, to the extent that 2 men were shot in the back as they crawled to it. Shrapnel wounds to his face from earlier caused Benavidez's vision to be blurred from the blood in his eyes. When he went to get Mousseau, an NVA soldier butted his rifle into Benavidez's head and jaw and slashed his arm with his bayonet. He shouted to O'Connor to shoot, but he was too drugged from morphine to react. Benavidez pulled out his Bowie knife and stabbed the NVA soldier till he was dead. He then dragged Mousseau to the helicopter and killed 2 more NVA with an AK-47 who were out of the helicopter's side gunner's arc of fire. And then he made 1 more trip to get the interpreter and destroy any classified material, with blood still obscuring his vision. Only then did he allow the others to pull him onto the helicopter, the last man to leave the battlefield. At this point, the round that had hit his stomach had exposed his intestines, which he was trying to hold in with his hands. The helicopter, badly shot up and with no instruments left, managed to take off. When they landed, the wounded were unloaded and examined one by one. It had turned out that Benavidez had even loaded 3 dead enemy soldiers into the helicopter in case they had classified materials. They were left to the side, as was Benavidez. He couldn't move or speak because of the broken jaw from the rifle butt. The blood over his eyes had glued them shut, and with 37 bayonet, bullet, and shrapnel wounds all over his body, he looked dead. Medics started placing him in a body bag and started zipping him up when a friend noticed him and said, That's Roy Benavidez." The doctor said there was nothing that could be done, but Benavidez mustered his last bit of energy and spat in the doctor's face, causing the doctor to say, "I think he'll make it." He was flown to Japan for intensive surgery, then Brooke Army Medical Center, Fort Sam Houston, where he stayed for almost a year. Roy Benavidez had survived 6 hours in hell and saved 8 lives. Benavidez's commander had put him in for the Distinguished Service Cross because the process for awarding a Medal of Honor would take much longer, and he was unsure if Benavidez would live or die before he could have received it. Finally, on February 24, 1981, President Ronald Reagan would present Roy Benavidez the Medal of Honor. Reagan said, if the story of his heroism were a movie script, you would not believe it. Benavidez said of his actions, "The real heroes are the ones who gave their lives for their country. I don't like to be called a hero. I just did what I was trained to do." Master Sergeant Roy Benavidez died on November 29, 1998, at the age of 63. Leo Major, the one-eyed scout who liberated a whole town by himself. World War II. In World War II, for the Canadian effort, one soldier stands out from all the rest: Leo Major. He was a French-Canadian from Montreal, Canada. In 1940, at the age of 19, he joined the Le Régiment de la Chaudière of the Canadian Army. Their insignia underlines their fierce fighting reputation, consisting of 2 crossed Vickers machine guns with a beaver above supporting fleur-de-lis. Private Leo Major first saw action at D-Day in France, taking part in the Normandy landings on June 6, 1944. Straight away, he distinguished himself as a scout behind enemy lines by capturing a German communications half-track full of secret code books. He then forced the captured crew to drive the Hanomag towards friendly lines, but was fired upon with anti-tank guns by British and Canadian troops. Leo had to climb on top of the vehicle to get them to stop firing as they drove closer, and later remarked how happy he was that the British and Canadian soldiers didn't know how to shoot. When the English officer asked Leo to hand over the Hanomag, Leo refused outright, stating that it was a Quebec man who captured it, and so it was handed over to the Chaudière Regiment. His war was nearly cut short when a few days later he was scouting ahead of his unit. Leo unexpectedly encountered a patrolling elite Waffen-SS unit. In the ensuing firefight, he managed to kill 4 of the enemy soldiers, but one of them, fatally wounded, managed to throw a phosphorus grenade, and Leo was hit, damaging his left eye badly. Leo was then sent to a field hospital for treatment. Leo had to wear an eye patch while his eye healed, and he remarked on how he looked like a pirate. Remarkably, he refused to be sent home, stating that he only needed one good eye to aim a rifle. Quickly, he returned to the front line and continued to act as a scout and sniper for his unit. Shortly after returning to active service in October 1944, he was involved in the month-long Battle of the Scheldt in Holland, which involved much heavy fighting and several amphibious landings. One day during this prolonged battle, Leo's commanding officer had ordered him to find the 50 zombies who had gone missing on patrol earlier. Zombie was a slang term used by Canadian volunteers for unenthusiastic, inexperienced Canadian conscripts in the war. Leo was carrying out the reconnaissance by himself, as always wearing PT sneakers instead of heavy boots. He was deep behind enemy lines in the dark, in freezing cold rain, muttering to himself, "I am frozen and wet because of you, so you will pay." Drenched to the skin while not finding the zombies, he did come across a garrison of German regular troops, sleeping in trenches that they had been digging all day. Noticing a snoring German officer, Leo woke him up, pointing his Sten gun at him, and then motioned him to order his men to follow him. One soldier raised his rifle and was shot dead by Leo, followed by 3 others who joined the firefight. After this, he shouted, "Achtung!" and "Handen hoch!" and the garrison quickly decided to surrender to him. He then single-handedly marched 93 German soldiers back to the Allied lines. But on the way there, they were attacked by Waffen-SS troops manning an artillery battery from a neighboring village, who were infuriated that their fellow countrymen were surrendering. This left a lasting impression on Leo. The Waffen-SS unit managed to kill and injure a number of the German prisoners before being driven off by an Allied Sherman tank. Leo then handed over 93 German prisoners to his speechless commander. For his act of bravery, Leo was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal, which is the second highest award in the British and Commonwealth, the Victoria Cross being the only one higher. But surprisingly, he declined the medal, feeling the British commander, General Montgomery, who was going to present him with the award, was incompetent and therefore in no position to give him that medal. Then in February 1945, as his unit was fighting in the Rhineland in Germany, the Bren gun carrier he was traveling in hit a mine, wrecking the vehicle and killing all its occupants except Leo.
Hey guys, in this video today I'm gonna show you firearms from different countries. So let's get started.
In the opening scene, we are introduced to an elderly homeless man, aka hobo traveling on a train. After a while, he gets off the train and enters a city called Hope Town, which has a graffiti-covered welcome sign that reads Scum Town. Later, Hobo is seen walking on the streets, pushing a shopping cart filled with various discarded items. During this time, he encounters an aspiring filmmaker who is recording a street fight. The filmmaker approaches Hobo and offers him $10 to participate in the fight. However, Hobo simply ignores him and walks away. "I'm a hobo, not a bum." As he reaches a bit further, he suddenly hears a distressed voice from behind. Upon turning around, he sees a man named Logan, whose face is covered in blood, with a manhole lid stuck on his neck and his hands tied. Logan approaches several people on the street seeking help, claiming that someone is pursuing him, but unfortunately, nobody is willing to assist him. Shortly after, a modern white car arrives. Logan turns to Hobo for help, but the latter disregards his plea and continues on his way. Right then, a mini truck arrives out of nowhere and collides with his shopping cart, causing his collection to scatter. Following this, a man named Drake, dressed in a white suit, steps out of the truck, revealing a pistol stuffed in his waistband. Simultaneously, Drake's two sons, Slick and Ivan, step out of the modern car and label Logan as a betrayer. It is revealed that Logan is Drake's younger brother, but their relationship is strained and broken. As the crowd watches on, Slick and Ivan grab Logan by his arms and drag him towards a nearby manhole. They forcefully push him down the hole, leaving his body suspended inside while his head remains above the ground. Then, in a twisted manner, Drake addresses the onlookers as if they are part of an audience and considers Logan as a lucky contestant. He commands everyone to witness the spectacle and proceeds to fasten a barbed wire around Logan's neck, connecting the other end to the modern car. After this, he orders Slick to begin the show, and the latter accelerates the car at a high speed. This results in poor Logan's head being severed from his body. After the commotion ends, Drake holds the detached head and issues a warning to everyone, saying that they could be the next lucky contestant in his show. Meanwhile, Hobo collects his belongings in his shopping cart and continues wandering the streets. Along the way, he comes across a pawn shop and notices a lawnmower that captures his interest. However, upon reading the price tag of $49.99, he lets out a sigh and walks away. That same night, Hobo positions himself on a pathway, holding a sign that reads, "I'm tired, need money for a lawnmower." Unfortunately, a group of rude teenagers approaches him and disrespectfully spits on his sign. After some time, Hobo spots Slick exiting his modern car and entering a building. Curious, he follows the guy inside, only to discover Drake's gang members torturing and murdering people in an arcade-like game. As Hobo watches everything from a corner, Slick starts to harass a young boy named Otis, who owes him money. Seeing this, an escort named Abby intervenes, urging Slick to release Otis since he is just a child. She then proceeds to walk away, but Slick persuades her to accompany him to another room, promising to pay her good. Hobo, who's been closely observing Slick's actions, silently follows them. Once inside the room, Slick and Abby start making out. However, they are interrupted when a masked man enters through the garage door. He is there to actually kidnap Abby and sell her on the black market. But fortunately, Hobo arrives in the nick of time and stops the man. This angers Slick, prompting him to bring out a knife and advance towards Hobo. But against all odds, the old beggar knocks him out by striking him with a bag of coins. He then carries the gangster to the police station and tosses him onto the desk, demanding the officers arrest him. Not only that, Hobo also insists on speaking with the police chief, so he's directed to wait in an interrogation room. Shortly after, a high-ranking police officer enters the room. Hobo urges him to take strict action against all the criminals in the town, explaining that the situation is getting out of control. The officer acknowledges his concerns, but reveals that almost all the cops in town are friends with Drake, so going against him is not possible. Saying this, the officer suddenly changes his demeanor and points a gun at Hobo. At the same time, Drake's sons also arrive at the scene and start beating up Hobo. Slick even carves the word scum into his chest. After this, two police officers callously discard Hobo into a garbage bin. In the next scene, Abby is trying to make a deal with a guy for the night when the injured Hobo stumbles upon her. Seeing his pitiful condition, she brings him to her place and tends to his wounds. She even lets him stay at her place for the night. The following morning, Hobo goes to the same willingly subjects himself himself to a series of demeaning acts, such as smashing a glass bottle against his head and chewing its shards. Once he has earned enough money, he revisits the same pawn shop and decides to purchase the lawnmower. But suddenly, a group of 3 robbers enters the shop and takes a woman and her baby hostage. They then threaten the shop owner to give up all the money. Witnessing all this, Hobo becomes really annoyed and decides to take matters into his own hands. He angrily grabs a shotgun from a nearby shelf and fatally shoots the robbers one by one. Once the commotion is over, Hobo realizes that Hopetown is in dire need of justice. Hence, he has a change of heart and decides to buy the shotgun instead of the lawnmower. Wondering what he was going to do with that mower is going to bug me forever. From that point forward, Hobo embarks on a relentless mission to eliminate numerous criminals, starting with the filmmaker. Armed with his shotgun, he continues his crusade by targeting a pimp, a drug dealer, and a pedophile disguised as Santa Claus. With each act, he becomes a vigilante, delivering justice to those who have wronged the innocent. News of his courageous actions quickly spreads throughout the city, drawing the attention of the bad guys. In a fit of anger, Drake shoots the television screen and berates his sons for allowing Hobo to escape. This humiliates Slick and Ivan, so they set out to eliminate Hobo and make their dad proud. In the next scene, the brothers board a school bus and ruthlessly slaughter 14 children using a flamethrower. Okay. In a further display of brutality, they storm a television station during a live broadcast and murder the anchorman for praising Hobo. The brothers then continue the live broadcast and issue a chilling threat to the public. If they don't kill all the homeless people in town, their own children will suffer the same fate. In response to the threat, a horrifying massacre of the homeless population ensues in the town, with even police officers engaging in the violence. In the midst of this commotion, Abby is heading home when she is approached by 2 officers. One of them decides to exploit her for the night, but she refuses his advances and flees. Enraged, the officer pursues her and corners her near a dumpster. He attempts to assault her, but just in the nick of time, Hobo intervenes and shoots the officer with his shotgun. He then offers to accompany Abby home. However, a large crowd approaches them, prompting Abby to quickly devise a plan. She conceals Hobo in a shopping cart, covering it with the remains of the deceased officer. The plan works, and the 2 manage to pass through the crowd undetected. Shortly after, they reach Abby's residence, and Hobo finally exits the cart. To his misfortune, Otis, who is nearby, spots them and promptly informs the gangster brothers. Inside Abby's apartment, Hobo shares his idea of starting a lawn mowing business. He wants to get away from the violence and earn decent money. Surprisingly, Abby supports his idea and agrees to help him advances and the anchorman for praising Hobo. The brothers then continue and Ivan, so they armed with his shotgun, he continues his crusade. He shoots the robber and takes up the offer. He willingly police officers callously discard Hopetown, which has a arrive at the scene. Stumbles upon her. Demeaning acts, such as smashing a glass bottle against his head. And witnessing all this, Hobo becomes really annoyed. But suddenly, a group of 3 robbers enters the shop and takes a woman and her baby hostage. They then threaten the shop owner to give up all the money. Witnessing all this, Hobo becomes really annoyed and decides to take matters into his own hands. He angrily grabs a shotgun from a nearby shelf and fatally shoots the robbers one by one. Once the commotion is over, Hobo realizes that Hopetown is in dire need of justice. Hence, he has a change of heart and decides to buy the shotgun instead of the lawnmower. Wondering what he was going to do with that mower is going to bug me forever. From that point forward, Hobo embarks on a relentless decides to buy the shotgun instead of the lawnmower. Wondering what he was going to do with that mower is going to bug me forever. From that point forward, Hobo embarks on a relentless mission to eliminate numerous criminals, starting with the filmmaker. Armed with his shotgun, he continues his crusade by targeting a pimp, a drug dealer, and a pedophile disguised as with the filmmaker. Armed with his shotgun, he continues his crusade by targeting a pimp, a drug dealer, and a pedophile disguised as Santa Claus. With each act, he becomes a vigilante, delivering justice to those who have wronged the innocent. News of his courageous actions quickly spreads throughout the city, drawing the attention of the bad guys. In a fit of anger, Drake shoots the television screen and berates his sons for allowing Hobo to escape. This humiliates Slick and Ivan, so they set out to eliminate Hobo and make their dad proud. In the next scene, the brothers board a school bus and ruthlessly slaughter 14 children using a flamethrower. Okay. In a further display of brutality, they storm a television station during a live broadcast and murder the anchorman for praising Hobo. The brothers then continue the line. They storm a display of brutality. They proud. In the next scene, the brothers board a school bus and ruthlessly slaughter 14 children using a flamethrower. Okay. In a further display of brutality, they storm a television station during a live broadcast and murder the anchorman for praising Hobo. The brothers then continue the live broadcast and issue a chilling threat to the public. If they don't kill all the homeless people in town, their own children will suffer the same fate. In response to the threat, a horrifying massacre of the homeless population ensues in the town, with even police officers engaging in the violence. In the midst of this commotion, Abby is heading home when she is approached by two officers. One of them decides to exploit her for the night, but she refuses his advances and flees. Enraged, the officer pursues her and corners her near a dumpster. He attempts to assault her, but just in the nick of time, Hobo intervenes and shoots the officer with his shotgun. He then offers to accompany Abby home. However, a large crowd approaches them, prompting Abby to intervenes and shoots the officer with his shotgun. He then offers to exploit her for the night, but she refuses his advances and flees. Enraged, the officer pursues her and corners her near a dumpster. He attempts to assault her, but just in the nick of time, Hobo intervenes and shoots the officer with his shotgun. He then offers to accompany Abby home. However, a large crowd approaches them, prompting Abby to quickly devise a plan. She conceals Hobo in a shopping cart, covering it with the remains of the deceased officer. The plan works, and the two manage to pass through the crowd undetected. Shortly after, they reach Abby's residence, and Hobo finally exits the cart. To his misfortune, Otis, who is nearby, spots them and promptly informs the gangster brothers. Inside Abby's apartment, Hobo shares his idea of starting a lawn mowing business. He wants to get away from the violence and earn decent money. Surprisingly, Abby supports his idea and agrees to help him out. The two then decide to escape hometown and begin a new life together. However, their plans are disrupted when Slick and Ivan arrive at the apartment and break into Abby's room. Ivan inflicts wounds on Hobo using his ice skate shoes, while Slick pursues Abby. He corners her against a wall, but she fights back by grabbing a shard of glass and slashing his face. Unfortunately, this only angers Slick more, and in an act of revenge, he grabs a saw and begins hurting her neck. I heard this movie was available on Disney+. Meanwhile, Hobo manages to subdue Ivan by electrocuting him with an appliance. Upon hearing Abby's screams, he rushes to her aid and holds Slick at gunpoint. The latter tries to claim his innocence, but Hobo hears none of it and shoots him in the balls. Amidst the commotion, Ivan regains consciousness and runs away, but Hobo has no time to pursue him. Instead, he loads Abby onto his shopping cart and rushes her to the hospital. Meanwhile, a fatally injured Slick contacts his father and informs him about the situation. As he ends the call, he hallucinates a burning bus in which Hobo locks him and leaves him to die. But in reality, he passes away due to severe loss of blood. On the other hand, Hobo reaches the hospital and threatens the doctor to save Abby. They immediately comply out of fear and begin the surgery on her. Elsewhere, Drake, who mourns the loss of his beloved son, decides to recruit a pair of armored demons known as Rip and Grinder, collectively known as the Plague. The following day, Abby regains consciousness and finds Hobo by her side. He presents her with a small potted flower as a keepsake and prepares to leave. Abby tries to stop him, arguing that he cannot solve all the world's problems only with his shotgun. But Hobo simply says, "That is all I know." As he departs, he passes by the maternity ward and takes a moment to speak to the infants, expressing concern for their future in a town that's a living nightmare. He hopes that they will grow up to become hobos with shotguns, but ones who are even better than himself. Shortly after, the Plague breaks into the hospital and mercilessly slaughters the staff members in their path. Upon hearing the chaos, Hobo rushes back to Abby's ward, only to be captured by the Plague. They confine him in a trunk and transport him to Drake, who plans to publicly execute him. When Abby learns that her only friend has been captured, she decides to embark on a rescue mission. Her first stop is the pawn shop, where she creates her own weapon by combining an axe with Hobo's shotgun shotgun and transforming a lawnmower into a makeshift shield. As she prepares to depart, a crowd confronts her and questions whether she is homeless. They are still following the orders of Drake and are looking to eliminate all the hobos in town. However, this only annoys Abby, prompting her to passionately address the crowd, delivering a lengthy speech advocating for the rights of homeless people. The scene then cuts to the streets, where Drake announces his brand new show to the gathered crowd. The Plague grabs Hobo, fastens a manhole lid around his neck, and drops him into a pit for execution. Exactly how they did to Logan. But before the process can begin, Abby arrives at the scene and holds Ivan hostage. She demands Drake to let her friend go, but surprisingly, the cold-hearted gangster kills his son himself, calling him a disappointment. After this, Grinder goes after Abby, while Rip prepares to execute Hobo. This creates a very tense situation as the crowd watches on. Fortunately, against all odds, Abby manages to kill Grinder using her advanced weapon. She also manages to cut the rope tying Hobo's neck, saving him from decapitation in the nick of time. In the aftermath, an enraged Drake captures Abby and brutally cuts off her hand using the lawnmower shield. But despite the injury, she retaliates and repeatedly stabs Drake with her exposed arm bone. She then rushes to free Hobo, who then aims his shotgun at Rip, forcing him to retreat. Following this, Hobo approaches Drake and aims his shotgun at him. At the same time, the police arrive at the scene and demand that Hobo surrender his weapon. However, the townspeople, who have been inspired by Abby's courage, align themselves with Hobo and turn their firearms towards the police. This support, Hobo ultimately brings an end to Drake's reign by blowing off his head. This prompts the police to shoot Hobo, and the townspeople, in return, open fire on the police. The movie ends as all the people are killed on the spot, while Abby's screams are heard in the background. Subscribe for more videos like this. Turn on Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain an American romance drama film called Cashback. Spoilers ahead. Watch out, and take care. You know why you clicked this video. The protagonist of the movie is Ben, a baby-faced 25. You know why you clicked this video. The protagonist of the movie is Ben, a baby-faced 25-year-old guy who is always kind and gentle to others. One would assume that he is the ideal friend, but things are the exact opposite. Ben is not exactly a serial killer, but he has the ability to freeze time and do whatever he wants. Of course, he uses this to strip women and perform his favorite activity, painting. Whether it be on the road, the supermarket, or even the movies, Ben freezes hot girls and makes their nude portraits. It wasn't always like this though. Ben was a normal guy, just like all of us. He had a caring girlfriend and a promising future, and he just dreamt about painting naked women. Following this, the movie flashes back to 5 weeks earlier, where it all went wrong. Ben is seen having an argument with his girlfriend, Susie, who calls him a loser. Having had enough, he breaks up with her and becomes friend Susie, who calls him a loser. Having had enough, he breaks. This moment, everything turns into slow motion for Ben. In the aftermath of the breakup, Susie quickly moves on and finds solace in another guy. Ben notices them together in the college cafeteria and becomes distraught. Hence, to distract himself, he joins art classes. Since Ben has been interested in making portraits ever since he was a child, he effortlessly makes beautiful paintings, which surprises even the teacher. Ben specializes in making ultra-realistic human portraits. They say that Ben is the best at painting dong in all the land. However, at night, things become extremely tough for him. Ben cannot seem to get over his breakup, as every time he closes his eyes, he sees Susie. Days dreamt about painting naked women. Following this, the movie flashes back to more. Ben notices them effortlessly makes beautiful paintings. Time he closes his eyes, he sees Susie. Days pass, and he eventually becomes an insomniac. Now, Ben cannot fall asleep for even an hour. The memories of his ex-girlfriend are slowly turning him into a depressed maniac. Overwhelmed by regret and suffering, Ben finally gives Susie a call and pleads with maniac back. He also apologizes for turning their relationship into a mess, promising to never do it again. But despite Ben stooping so low for her, Susie refuses his request and hangs up the call. This sends Ben spiraling into an even deeper abyss of despair. If only he could just freeze time and look at boobs. Over the course of the next few days, he tries his best to pass the time. Ben reads books, watches movies, and even goes on solo trips to other cities. However, when night falls, the insomnia kicks in, making it harder for him to concentrate on anything else. So he starts going on random tours in the dark as well. One night, he heads to a local supermarket where he notices a job vacancy announcement for a night shift guy. Ben thinks that this is the perfect opportunity to pass the time and earn some money, so he immediately applies for the job. The following day, he scores an interview with the manager, Jenkins, and eventually lands the job. Ben is finally happy after a long time, and he has a gut feeling that his life is about to change. As Ben becomes accustomed to his new job, he notes how each of his coworkers handles the art of passing the time differently. The cashier, Sharon Pont, has the most unique style. She makes sure to always hide the clock with various objects. She believes that the time will pass slowly if she looks at it. Then there's a mischievous guy called Barry Brickman, who is never serious at work. Along with his equally cunning friend Matt Stevens, he plays different pranks on the female customers, like slipping an adult toy in their bags. Nothing passes the time like going to jail. Some of the customers are perplexed when they find it, however, some of them decide to keep it. The only guy who doesn't seem to care about the time is their boss, Jenkins. He can go on and on about how successful and rich he is. Once he starts with his egoistical speeches, time passes very fast for him. But of all the night shift employees, Ben has the most unusual way of passing the time. In the pangs of his deep melancholy, Ben disassociates himself from time and reality. In other words, he uses his superpowers to freeze time and eventually his surroundings so that he can do whatever he pleases. Normally, one would run away with money or do some explicit stuff, but Ben just wants to hone his artistic skills. Since he is in awe of the female body, he picks random customers, gently disrobes them, and begins drawing their portraits. Ben has no lubricious feelings towards them. He just wants to make sure his passion for art never dies.
In 1944, the Second World War is coming to an end. Finland and the Soviet Union have signed the Moscow Armistice, which decrees that Finland must disarm the Nazis and drive them out of Lapland. The Nazis adopt a scorched earth tactic and destroy all roads, bridges, villages, and towns in their path. Deep in the wilderness of Lapland, former Finnish commando Korpi has decided to leave the war behind him. With his loyal dog by his side and a strong horse, Korpi keeps panning for gold at the river, not giving up until he gets just a tiny speck of gold that indicates he is on the right track. Now he has confirmation. Korpi begins digging holes all over the area while ignoring all the planes that fly above him. Saying the man is right, soldier Wolf keep led by General Dog following, robs him. Then into a hefty amount of nugget, finds a proper gold deposit and cries with happiness. He breaks the huge deposit into a hefty amount of nuggets and hides them in his tent, staying up all night to make sure nobody robs him. The next morning, Korpi puts all the gold in a bag and leaves on his horse, the dog following him closely. A few hours later, Kolpai finds a group of Nazi soldiers led by General Bruno. They have a dangerous tank with them and a truck full of kidnapped women who Soldier Wolf keeps taking advantage of. Korpi just keeps on riding, exchanging a glance with Bruno but otherwise ignoring them all. Wolf wants to shoot him, but Bruno stops him, saying the man is riding to his death anyway. As Korpi continues to ride down the road, he begins encountering all the bodies the Nazis left behind, but he isn't disturbed. Eventually he comes across a truck with 4 more soldiers, who order him to get off the horse. They inspect the bags and find the gold, thinking they can keep it, so Korpi begins thinking ahead and tells his dog to run away. One of the soldiers tries to shoot the dog, but thankfully the poor animal moves out of the way pretty quickly. Next the soldier calls Korpi grandpa and tries to shoot him too, but Korpi takes his knife and with a quick movement stabs him in the head for an instant kill. The other soldiers try to fight him for revenge, but Korpi moves fast and fights them hand to hand, stabbing them with his knife and using the bodies as shields when someone tries to shoot him. He beats one soldier up with a helmet, and when the last one tries to get him from behind, Korpi twists his arm and kills him with his own gun. Bruno and the others hear the shots and come back to check, only to find the massacre on the ground and Korpi gone. When Bruno checks one of the bodies, he finds a gold nugget the soldier had hidden in his pocket and decides they should go after Korpi. A few moments later, the Nazis find Korpi on the road and the tank begins shooting at him. Korpi makes his horse gain speed and successfully dodges all the shots, only to accidentally enter a minefield. Bruno orders his men to stop the fire and waits until Korpi steps on a mine, laughing because he thinks he got an easy win. However, the horse got most of the explosion, so Korpi is wounded but still alive. He wakes up with a dizzy head and says goodbye to his horse before getting ready to counterattack. The Nazis are coming closer, so first Korpi picks up the gold that fell out of the bag. Seeing this, Bruno makes his vehicle stop and waits for Korpi to be done so they don't have to risk their lives picking the gold themselves. Once Korpi is finished, Bruno orders his soldiers to shoot, but Korpi is ready. With the gold he also picked up a rock, which he throws at a mine to make it explode. The resulting smoke provides good cover, and when the Nazis open fire, Korpi uses his panning plate as a shield. After a few minutes of indiscriminate fire, Bruno sends out a young soldier to check on Korpi, but he's hit in the face with a mine and the explosion kills him. Next Bruno sends 2 soldiers to go down the sides of the road, but they both quickly step on mines. When the wind clears the smoke, they discover Korpi is gone. Wanting to go after him, Bruno orders for 2 women to walk ahead as a safety check, so Wolf chooses the most scared ones. This causes Ino to volunteer in their place. Meanwhile Bruno checks the area and finds Korpi's dog tag. Moments later, the group keeps on advancing with the 2 women tied up in front of the vehicles. Bruno uses the radio on the tank to ask for information about Korpi and gets some shocking news. Their higher-ups tell them they should quit chasing him and that they are lucky not to be already dead. It turns out Korpi was the most feared commando in Finnish history, and nobody wants to mess with him. He fought in the Winter War and lost his home and his family to the Russians, so he became a ruthless, vengeful soldier who took orders from no one. The Finnish gave up trying to discipline or control him, they just sent him out alone into the wilderness to hunt Russian patrols. He became a one-man death squad and reports say he has over 300 Russian kills. They call him Kache, which means the immortal. The story doesn't scare Bruno, who wants to keep looking for Korpi anyway because he wants the gold to buy his way out of punishment, since obviously the Nazis are losing the war. Meanwhile Korpi keeps going until he finds a burnt truck with a body inside. Using it for cover, he lies down behind it and proceeds to take care of his wounds, removing any bullets with his knife and covering the holes with dirt. Suddenly his dog shows up but the little guy is still obedient and watches Korpi from afar. Eventually Korpi falls asleep, only to wake up a few hours later when he hears some noise. The Nazis are here, and they've acquired dogs to track Korpi's scent. Korpi immediately hides under the burnt truck and watches the Nazis passing by, noticing the dogs are onto him. He waits until the last truck drives by and rolls under it, immediately hanging onto it so he's taken along. Then he punctures the fuel tank, and now the falling gas gets in the way of the dogs' noses, making it impossible to track his scent anymore. The soldiers stop to make a new plan, so Korpi tries to run away. Unfortunately, the dogs immediately see him and bark to reveal his presence. A soldier manages to shoot Corpy in the leg, but he keeps going, so Bruno sends the dogs after him. Corpy doesn't hesitate to light up a match to get a fire going on his gas-covered clothes, scaring the dogs away. The soldiers come after him next, so Corpy jumps into a lake. Bruno makes his men wait for Corpy to come out to breathe, which takes a long while because he has excellent lungs. When Corpy's head finally peeks out of the water, the soldiers immediately shoot, and the blood that appears on the water makes them assume they got him. 3 soldiers get on a boat and reach the middle of the lake, intending to find the gold. However, as soon as a soldier jumps into the water, Corpy surprises him from behind and kills him with his knife. When only blood appears on the surface, Bruno sends the second soldier underwater, but again only blood resurfaces. The third soldier should go next, but he is terrified and starts going away in the boat. Since this is count as betrayal, Wolf shoots him. This gives Corpy the chance to steal the body and uses it as cover as he runs away, so the soldiers open fire for nothing. At that moment, Corpy's dog shows up and cries because it can't cross the water to follow its master, but Bruno sees his next plan. After hours of walking, Corpy finally makes it to the closest town, but he's devastated to discover it's burning down against the night sky. Too tired to keep going, he decides to rest inside a destroyed gas station and tries to sleep while dealing with the pain from his leg, which makes him have visions of the day he lost his family. Unfortunately, when he manages to fall asleep, he immediately is woken up by some barking. Corpy comes out to reunite with his dog, only to discover there is a lit dynamite stick attached to his collar. He immediately takes it away and throws it, but it explodes so close that Corpy is still knocked down to the ground. Then he is found by Bruno, Wolf, and Schutze, who brings some rope to tie him to a sign. Corpy never says a word, and out of respect for such a great opponent, Schutze takes off his hate. Bruno and Wolf quickly follow his example. Before they leave with the bag of gold, Bruno mocks him by leaving a nugget in Corpy's pocket for his troubles. Once they are gone, Corpy stays stubborn and steps on a nail on the sign to keep his body up. He also goes as far as pushing his leg wound onto a second nail. It is painful, but it keeps him alive all night long with his dog still waiting next to him. In the morning, a plane lands next to the station, and the shaking it causes makes the sign bend and drop Corpy to the ground. 2 pilots come out looking for gas and one of them finds Corpy and the dog, who won't stop barking. The second pilot tells him to shoot them both, but when the man hesitates, Corpy kicks him in the legs and the man falls, dying when he hits his head on some debris. The dog won't stop barking, so the first pilot comes to check on them, giving Corpy the chance to surprise him from behind by knocking him out with a brick. Corpy thinks there's no hope left for him and buries the nugget Bruno left him, but at that moment the second pilot starts wiggling, revealing he's still alive. Realizing the pilot can be useful with the plane, Corpy takes his gold back to make a plan. As the pilot watches with horror, Corpy begins taking out all the bullets and pieces of metal from his wounds, then he cauterizes them with fire and closes them up with wire before cleaning them up with gas. Then he and the pilot go away on the plane, leaving the dog behind. Sometime later, the Nazis must pause their journey when they find a crashed plane blocking the road. Wolf and Schutze approach the plane and find the pilot dead inside, but most surprisingly, Wolf's rope is around his neck. Recognizing this as a trap, Bruno finally understands how terrifying Corpy is and orders his men to leave immediately. 2 soldiers travel in the truck with the women, and Ino laughs when she hears them talk about what's going on. She explains they won't be able to do what hundreds of Russians died trying, and that Corpy isn't literally immortal, he just refuses to die. In Finnish they call it sisu, which refers to a white-knuckled form of courage and unimaginable determination. Corpy never gives up, so Ino considers all the Nazis dead soon. Suddenly one of the soldiers falls dead, and when the other looks outside, he is dragged out of the truck and falls to the ground, where he is run over by the incoming tank. Ino tries to steal the weapon from the dead soldier, but at that moment Corpy enters the truck and grabs the weapon first. When he notices that these are innocent victims, he lets Ino keep it. Next Corpy climbs on top of that truck and kills the driver by stabbing him through the roof, then he pulls the body out so Ino can take over the wheel. Then she drives the truck closer to the tank so Corpy can jump on it. When the people in the tank get suspicious, the girls use the dead body as a puppet to make it look like everything is fine. Afterward Ino drives the vehicle further to move next to another truck carrying most of the soldiers, and the girls immediately open fire to kill them all while Ino shoots the driver. As the truck falls off the road, the people in the tank notice the danger and begin going faster. Corpy is still on top and starts hitting the door with his pickaxe, so the tank suddenly stops to make him fall. Wolf comes out to open fire on him, but Corpy quickly climbs back to the top of the tank and begins fighting Wolf hand to hand. After exchanging a bunch of savage hits, both of them fall on the ground and the tank leaves with just Bruno and Schutze. Corpy hits Wolf a few more times, but before he can kill him, 2 more soldiers arrive on a bike. As soon as they see Corpy, they recognize the legend and run away. Corpy uses the bike to go after the tank, and for a second Wolf thinks he's safe, but at that moment the armed women show up for their revenge. Eventually the tank stops to meet with a pilot that has a working plane, but he only has room for 1 person. Bruno doesn't hesitate to kill Schutze and escapes with the pilot and the plane. but he only has room for one person. Bruno doesn't. Tank stops to meet with a pilot that has a working plane, but he only has room for one person. Bruno doesn't hesitate to kill Schutze and escapes with the pilot and the plane, but suddenly Corpy shows up in the bike, immediately opening fire. He only manages to break the windows before the plane takes off, so he drives right under it with his pickaxe held high. Bruno looks down and notices the bike is moving, so he assumes they left Corpy behind, but actually the bike is empty. It turns out Corpy is holding onto the plane with the help of his pickaxe. While he tries to change spots, he almost falls, but he manages to hold onto a wheel and begins making his way inside by breaking a hole on the floor of the bomb room with his pickaxe. Bruno hears some noises and the pilot blames it on the plane being old, but Bruno is skeptical and comes to check. As soon as Bruno opens the door, Corpy jumps on him and starts a fight. Their punches and kicks are absolutely vicious, and while Corpy is more skilled, he is heavily wounded, and that allows Bruno to overpower him. Bruno gets frustrated because Corpy won't give up or scream, and uses a static line to hit him harder as he wonders why Corpy won't die. When he tries for a faster hit with the metal end of the line, Corpy catches it with his hand and connects it to the bomb before releasing it. Bruno falls along the bomb, and when they hit the ground, they instantly explode. Corpy wants to rest, but suddenly the plane begins shaking and falling. It turns out the pilot had been hit by a stray bullet and has finally died. Desperate to survive, Corpy grabs the gold and straps himself up right before the plane crashes into a swamp, creating another explosion. Meanwhile, a Finnish unit gets ready to attack because they see a German tank approaching. However, this turns out to be Ino and the girls, who bring Wolf tied to the cannon. Back to the swamp, the water helped Corpy survive the crash, and now he's climbing out with the help of his pickaxe, bag of gold still in hand. Some days later, Corpy makes it to the city of Helsinki on the Nazi bike with his dog as company. He enters the bank, where everyone is scared of his presence, and he drops all the nuggets on the front desk, asking for big bills because they won't be as heavy to carry. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. In an apartment building in Tokyo, Akira is running from a horde of vicious flesh-eating zombies. However, Akira is more worried about getting to the office in time rather than scared for his life. This all started a year ago with Akira's first job. When Akira joins an advertising company, he's still full of dreams and enthusiasm. His colleagues greet him warmly and even throw him a little welcome dinner at a restaurant, and Akira immediately gets a crush on his senior colleague Otori, making him think that this might be the best workplace ever. However, his illusion gets shattered quickly when on the very first day he must pull 2 all-nighters in a row and return home almost as a living corpse. From then on, Akira's situation only gets worse every day. His exploitative boss Kasugi wrings the ever-living life out of him with his insane workload, and soon the office becomes Akira's home because he doesn't leave most of the time. Since he needs the money, he can't even think of quitting, and Akira slowly becomes a working zombie that loses his free will under the toxic environment of his workplace. Only his crush Otori treats him with kindness, but when Akira shares his admiration for her work ethic and the fact that she seems to be doing what she loves, Otori says that isn't the case for her either, and that what they really want to do just falls to the wayside. One evening, Akira manages to get a bit of free time to go out to dinner with his best friend Kensho, who used to play football with Akira during college. Kensho thinks Akira should quit and calls him a corporate dog. In return, Akira reminds Kensho of how they lost the big games in college because of him. An argument ensues and the friends part in bad terms. Eventually, Akira falls into a deep depression and his apartment becomes a trashy mess. Sometimes when he's at the train station, he considers ending things for himself. A year after Akira started working in the office, he finds his neighbor on the ground outside. However, when the man turns around, Akira realizes the guy has become a zombie and he's in the process of eating another neighbor. Terrified, Akira begins running upstairs as more and more zombies show up to chase after him, sometimes coming out from the other apartments. Worrying about being late, Akira makes it all the way to the roof and jumps over a fence to leave the zombies on the other side. While a plane on fire flies by to crash in the distance, Akira watches the chaos that has taken over the city and realizes something. He doesn't have to go to work. This causes him so much happiness that he does a little dance, wondering what to do with his new free time. At that moment he remembers Otori and sends her a message to check if she's okay. In return, she sends him her location asking him to come over. Then Akira leaves the building by climbing down a pipe. Through an open window, he sees a pregnant woman and her husband, and he promises to come back with food for them before he continues climbing down. Using his bicycle, Akira manages to go fast down the road, dodging every zombie that tries to get him. Moments later, he makes it to Otori's apartment and finds her so terrified that she clings to him. At that moment, Otori reveals she's been having an affair with the company director, who is there right now, and he's already become a zombie. The director immediately attacks, but Otori can't move because her leg is wounded, so Akira begins fighting the zombie. After some struggle, Akira uses his football training to tackle the director, throwing him against the furniture. Otori takes this chance to hit the zombie until he dies while yelling at him for not leaving his wife like he had promised. Suddenly Otori falls to the floor, and after a short seizure, her body transforms into a zombie too. She tries to attack Akira, but he doesn't hesitate to push her away before she can bite. Then Akira confesses his feelings for her before running away, closing the door behind him to stop her from following him. In the evening, Akira returns to his building with lots of supplies, but when he stops by the neighbor's place, he finds it empty and covered in blood. He returns to his apartment in tears, but as he grieves for his neighbors, he remembers Otori telling him that what they really want to do always falls to the wayside. Akira realizes he may die soon and that he doesn't want to go without having done what he really wants, so he grabs a notebook and starts a list titled 100 Things to Do Before Becoming a Zombie. The first one is telling someone he loves them, and he already crosses it off the list. The next morning, Akira wakes up with lots of energy and begins working on the list. First he cleans his apartment, then he goes to the supermarket to get all the expensive things he never got to buy before. There are a few zombies here, but he escapes from them by riding the trolley. Next he dyes his hair, but after trying a few different colors, he decides to stick to his natural black. He also paints his portrait on the side of a building and finds a bike that he drives through the city at full speed. In the evening, he lights a bunch of fireworks next to the Tokyo Tower to celebrate his new life. Days pass as Akira continues to come up with things for the list. On the 5th day, he has a barbecue on the roof of his building while ignoring the zombies on the other side of the fence. When he's about to have his steak, he realizes he ran out of spices, so he goes to the supermarket to grab some. Suddenly he hears a noise and a person with a helmet shows up to start beating him up, only stopping when Akira points out he isn't a zombie. Then the person takes off the helmet and Akira is shocked to see a beautiful woman named Shizuka. While they're chatting, they suddenly hear a man asking for help outside. Akira rushes out to throw things at the zombie chasing the man, but it's not effective. The zombie enters the market and Shizuka begins fighting him, showing off amazing skills. When a second zombie comes, she just keeps him away by throwing a little alarm device, revealing that the zombies are attracted to sound. Akira is impressed and invites Shizuka to stay with him, but she turns him down, explaining that Akira's need to save people will only attract danger. Afterward, Akira returns to his apartment, and looking at pictures of his college days makes him worry about his friend. He decides to add something to the list and then he calls Kensho, who is still human but in trouble. He's stuck inside a love hotel room because the corridors are full of zombies and the girl he had tied up to do the naughty is infected too. Akira promises to rescue him and after putting off his old football uniform, he leaves on his bike, dodging all the zombies on the streets at great speed. Some zombies tried to hold onto the back wheel, but Akira loses them with a sharp turn. Meanwhile Kensho tries to leave the room, only for a zombie horde to immediately come after him. He rushes back inside but hearing the zombies slam the door makes him have flashbacks of the time he failed the big game, putting him on the edge of a breakdown. Back to Akira, he finds the street of the hotel full of zombies, so he throws a speaker on the ground and makes it play music, causing all the zombies to gather around it. Then Akira uses his football training again to dodge and jump over any remaining zombies, even pushing a few of them away. After jumping on the roof of a few cars, he manages to enter the hotel and tackles another zombie before searching for Kensho. In the room, Kensho suddenly realizes it's quiet and opens the door to find the corridor empty. Akira shows up and both friends apologize to each other before more zombies come after them. The guys immediately run to the roof and jam the door with a ladder, finally getting to escape. The duo hides in a fancy restaurant and shares an amazing meal, during which Kensho finds the list. He discovers the last item is making up with my best friend and tells Akira that he's grateful for having him protecting everyone. This inspires Akira with an idea. He now wants to become a superhero to rescue people from the zombies, but Kensho points out Akira doesn't have powers. Sometime later, Kensho sees on the news that Tokyo is becoming hell on earth and says they should leave. Akira agrees and chooses the Marine Paradise Aquarium in Ibaraki as their destination because they have a special diving suit that protects the body from sharks, so it should protect Akira from zombies and be his superhero suit. Afterward they go to a market to get supplies, but at that moment they see a group of people running away from the zombies. Most of them unfortunately get killed, but Akira manages to get the attention of two flight attendants, a bus driver, and Shizuka, whose skills can't protect her from such a huge horde. The group runs into the store and pulls down the shutter, cutting a zombie's hand in the process. Everyone is grateful for the rescue, but the bus driver hides his bitten hand. Then they grab a bunch of supplies and have a little dinner with lots of drinking. Akira's list includes have a drink with a flight attendant, but when he tries to flirt with them, they ignore him in favor of Kensho. Both women leave with Kensho to get naughty in private, and Akira tries to chat with Shizuka, who notices he cut his hand with a shutter. She immediately takes care of it, revealing she used to study to be a doctor. At that moment, the bus driver transforms into a zombie and starts chasing after Akira and Shizuka. However, when he hears the trio having fun, he decides to go after them instead. By surprising them from behind, the driver manages to tackle one of the girls and bite her. When her friend tries to help her, the driver just turns to her and bites her too. Next the driver begins chasing Kensho, and when Akira wishes to help him, Shizuka decides to leave them behind because she's better at surviving on her own. However, Shizuka finds a radio and uses it to distract the zombie, giving Akira the chance to rescue Kensho. While the driver is stuck on the radio, Shizuka runs to the door, but she can't lift the shutter alone and soon the zombified girls find her. She uses a basket to push all the zombies away while the boys show up to lift the shutter too, but they can't open it either. Seeing Shizuka fighting all the zombies at the same time, Kensho rushes to lit a bunch of fireworks, which distracts the zombies and allows Akira to rescue Shizuka. Then trio works together to open the shutter, and the boys rush to get inside an RV. At first Shizuka doesn't want to join them, but seeing the zombies come after them and considering she can't drive, she has no choice but to go with them. Soon the trio is out of the city. Their destination is the aquarium, but they still stop often to do all kinds of things like freeing dogs from their leashes, gathering supplies, and Kensho even dyes his hair. Akira asks to do things from his list like sup yoga, which ends with Kensho falling into the water. They also go paragliding, cook on a campfire, and lit more fireworks. When they come across a hotel with hot springs, they ignore the zombies and spend the night there. They enjoy the warm water, the hot sake, and a wonderful view of the sky filled with fireflies. The next day, the trio finally makes it to the aquarium, but the RV suddenly goes off the road and crashes, causing Akira to lose consciousness. It's then revealed that the road is covered with spiked trips. Moments later, Akira wakes up to a voice yelling his name, and he's shocked to discover his old boss Kasugi is there. It turns out all the survivors from Tokyo are hiding here, including Akira's neighbor couple. They've formed a community and now work together to survive inside the aquarium, which has become their fortress. The survivors are divided into teams to take care of the different chores, and Kasugi is the leader of the community that keeps everyone on their toes. They also have a few trucks that sometimes leave for the city to gather supplies, and to stop other people from robbing the vehicles. Akira is surprised to see they use zombies. There's a bunch of them outside locked behind fences, and when they need them to move, a guard uses a megaphone to get their attention. Kensho and Shizuka are already helping with the work, and Kasugi asks Akira to join them too. Akira hesitates because he wants to finish his bucket list, but Kasugi makes him stay by pointing out this is safer for his friends. Later over dinner, Kensho is furious to notice that Kasugi and his close buddies eat luxuriously while all the other survivors only get controlled rations. To make matters worse, the boss's group treats Akira like a servant. Kensho wants to fight them, but the husband stops him because misconduct can get the whole team kicked out. Then Kensho and Shizuka share their food with the pregnant woman so the baby can be healthy. To thank them, the husband shows Kensho and Shizuka a way to sneak out to reach the parking lot. Kensho checks on the RV, but the tires are ruined. Akira continues to work hard, but he soon feels like he's being a zombie slave again. Meanwhile in the city, a truck driver is distracted while having a smoke and doesn't see a zombie getting inside the truck with the supplies. Later the truck returns to the aquarium and as soon as the driver opens the door, the zombie jumps out and bites him. The guard tries to run away and with the door open, a horde of zombies begins making its way inside. Chaos soon takes over the aquarium as people run like crazy and the zombies begin biting every survivor they can put their hands on. Soon some of the zombies reach the shark exhibition and fall into the water where they all become shark food. In the meantime, Kensho and Shit's the shark exhibition and fall into the water where they can put their hands on. Soon some of the zombies reach the shark exhibition and fall into the water where they all become shark food. In the meantime, Kensho and Shizuka show Akira that they've fixed the RV and stolen some supplies, so they can leave. However, Akira points out that this place is safer and decides to stay. While Akira goes back inside, Shizuka finds the bucket list and after seeing all the activities they've done together, she notices that becoming a superhero hasn't been crossed out yet. Inside the aquarium, Kasugi is yelling at everyone because he's noticed there are people missing and work needs to be done. Suddenly Kensho pulls him back and Shizuka cuts in to talk to Akira, pointing out that living like this isn't really living, they're just zombies without the bite. She also shows Akira his bucket list, causing him to remember how much he had hated working for Kasugi and how much he had loved having fun in the middle of the apocalypse. Suddenly Kasugi steals the list and throws it on the ground to step on it, which finally makes Akira react. He pushes Kasugi to the ground and retrieves the list before announcing that he quits. At that moment, zombies finally reach this area too and chaos ensues. Kasugi pushes his buddies off before running away, but Akira tries to guide people out with the help of his friends. They run through the corridor and lock the door behind them before making their way into the shark exhibition room, where they find Kasugi. A furious Kensho grabs him and calls him out for abandoning his people, only to be interrupted by a shark jumping out of the water and landing next to him. People panic, abandoning his people, only to be interrupted by a shark jumping out of the water and landing next to him. People panic but Shizuka tells them not to worry, since sharks can't move on land. However, the shark suddenly releases all the legs of the zombies it ate, allowing him to walk on the floor. The group runs back to the corridor, only for the shark to block the way by smashing through the wall. Everyone begins running again and Kasugi decides to hide while Akira finds a door and takes everyone inside for safety before locking the door. While the shark bangs on the door, Kasugi tries to sneak out, but he makes a noise and gets the attention of the beast. At the same time, Akira realizes Kasugi is missing and says he wants to help him, causing Kensho to point out that Kasugi deserves what he gets. However, Akira doesn't want anyone to die under his watch. Since he can't stop him, Kensho helps his friend instead by revealing that there's a special diving suit in the room. Meanwhile, Kasugi is running down the corridor and trips. When the shark is about to get him, Akira shows up in his new superhero costume and kicks the shark, only for the beast to jump on him to attack. Akira holds onto the shark's mouth, but instead of helping him, Kasugi runs away. Luckily, Kensho shows up in a forklift, so Akira gets out of the way to give him space. Kensho drives the forklift right into the shark, but after some struggle, he realizes it's not making any damage and decides to run away. When Akira reaches the shark exhibition, he finds Kasugi surrounded by zombies and immediately jumps in to fight them. He manages to defeat a few, but there are too many and soon he's surrounded. The zombies begin biting him, and although they can't break the special suit, it's still painful for Akira. In the corridor, Kensho is running from the shark, and when he sees the hole in the wall, he decides to jump through it to enter the exhibition. The shark tries to follow him, but it's too big and gets stuck in the hole. Suddenly some music starts playing. It's Shizuka, who has brought 2 megaphones to distract the zombies. With quick and elegant movements, she runs through the horde as they come after her, and when she reaches the edge of the tank, she throws the megaphones behind her. This causes all the zombies to follow the noise and fall into the water. The trio reunites, and when Kasugi tries to join them, the shark finally frees itself and pushes the boss away. Akira rushes to check on him and the shark tries to attack, but Akira uses a piece of pipe to keep its mouth stuck. However, the shark is stronger than the pipe and closes its mouth anyway, capturing Akira's hand. As the shark begins whipping Akira around, Shizuka rushes to grab a flashlight to get its batteries, explaining that sharks have an ultra-sensitive tool for detecting their prey in their heads and that a jolt of electricity could kill it. After Shizuka connects the batteries with tape, Kensho grabs them and remembers the football pass he failed in college, concentrating to do better this time. The batteries are thrown with all of Kensho's strength and land safely on Akira's hands right before the shark turns to Kensho and hits him hard. Furious, Akira holds the batteries in his fist and jumps to punch the shark right on the nose, sending a jolt through its body that effectively kills him. Afterward, Akira and Shizuka rush to check on Kensho, who turns out to be just fine. A few hours later, all the survivors have distributed the supplies among them and are getting ready to leave the aquarium. Kasugi shows up to try to stop them, but now the families are ready to stand up to him, and even his old employees call him out for having always been an awful boss. Everyone agrees Akira had been a better leader, and now they're ready to leave to have a real life instead of working like a zombie. Ignoring Kasugi's whining, all the survivors thank Akira for opening their eyes and they leave in the cars. When the trio gets in their RV, Kasugi pretends to regret everything and tries to join them, but they turn him down and leave without him. Now the 3 friends are ready to add more things to the list. Shizuka wants to be a doctor to save lives and Kensho wants to be a comedian to make people laugh. Akira crosses out being a hero and adds making being a hero his new job before announcing they'll keep going until they reach 100. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, alright? Welcome everyone. In the year 1945, in a prisoner of war camp near Nagasaki, Japan, an air raid alarm sounds as Allied planes fly over the city. Japanese soldiers are running frantically while captured American soldiers plead for freedom. A young Japanese soldier named Yashida quickly opens the prison cells as other Japanese officers prepare for death, knowing what is about to come. Yashida looks into a well and sees the eyes of a man, who we soon realize is Logan, simply observing everything as everyone runs for their lives. Yashida breaks the chains of Logan's cell and tells him to escape. But he refuses, saying they are B-29 planes and there is no escaping what is about to happen. He suggests that Yashida also enter the well, as it will give him a better chance of survival. Other Japanese officers call for Yashida to join them as they kneel in line and commit seppuku, a ritualistic suicide. However, Yashida cannot go through with it and watches as the atomic bomb drops from one of the planes, and a gigantic fireball begins to consume Nagasaki, completely destroying it. Just as Yashida was about to complete the ritual, Logan stops him and tells him to run. Yashida makes the decision and jumps into the well, followed by Logan. Logan grabs a metal door and covers Yashida with it. Seconds later, a wall of fire engulfs the well, burning and scorching everything in its path. Yashida survives the explosion with only a burn on his face. However, to his complete astonishment, he sees in horror the third-degree burns on Logan's body, which rapidly heal before his eyes due to his mutation and ability to regenerate. Logan awakens in the present, lying in bed next to Jean Grey. She asks him what dream he had this time. Logan says it was about Nagasaki, and we understand that it seems like Logan has terrible nightmares every night. The two cuddle, and he professes his eternal love for her, vowing never to hurt anyone again. Jean, however, tells him it's too late, and Logan is horrified to see his claws embedded in her. He desperately tries to stop the bleeding, but then he screams in horror and wakes up from his other dream, in a cave in Yukon. Since Jean's death, Logan has been living a primitive and solitary lifestyle, dwelling in the wilderness like a wild animal, neglecting personal hygiene and grooming. His small cave contains only the bare essentials like empty whiskey bottles and an old radio that is losing its power. Logan dresses himself and leaves the cave, walking through nature toward the nearest town. Along the way, he sees the mark of a bear claw on a tree and tears it open with his adamantium claws. Shortly after, he encounters a massive bear that, however, is completely friendly towards Logan. Logan goes to a small grocery store to buy batteries for his radio and watches as a group of drunken hunters prepare small grocery store to buy batteries friendly towards Logan. Logan goes to a small grocery store to buy batteries for his radio and watches as a group of drunken hunters prepares to head up the mountain. One of the hunters nearly shoots himself in the foot while playing with his hunting rifle, which irritates Logan with his recklessness. Logan returns to his cave and goes to sleep. Suddenly, screams of agony wake him up, and upon investigating, he finds the hunter's campsite destroyed. He sees evidence of a bear attack and follows the fresh mud tracks until he finds the same bear he had seen before, with an arrow lodged in its back. The bear is alive, but in terrible pain, unable to escape. With great sadness, Logan is forced to put an end to its suffering. He then removes the arrow from its skin and smells the poison tip. Afterwards, he goes into town and enters a local bar, unaware that a young red-haired Japanese woman is watching him. Inside, he finds the lone surviving hunter recounting the attack. The bear killed his companions, and he was lucky to escape with his life. Upon hearing this, he calls the bartender over to buy the hunter a drink. The hunter asks who he is, while Logan ignores him and impales his hand with the arrow, nailing it to the table. He is angry at the hunter and demands to know who shot the bear with illegally poisoned arrows. As the poison dose was too low, the bear became enraged instead of dying, leading it to attack the campsite. The hunter denies using poison arrows, but Logan continues his accusations. He explains that it's the same arrow he removed from the bear's back. The hunter's friends prepare to attack Logan, who is ready to fight them all. However, Yukio, the red-haired Japanese woman wielding a samurai sword, persuades him to stop. She taunts the hunters and shows them her sword, stating that it is centuries old and called danzan, which means the severer in Japanese, because its purpose is to sever heads and limbs from bodies. She swings the sword through the air, nearly killing the other hunters, frightening them all, and walks away, telling Logan that she parked her car out back. Logan leaves with her and gets into her rented car. As they drive away, they hear police sirens. Logan asks who she is and why she is looking for him. She explains that she was sent by her employer, Master Yashida, to give him the sword, saying that it belongs to him and that he is paying off his debts. She also tells him that Master Yashida is dying and wishes to speak with Logan before he dies, to personally thank him for saving his life 70 years ago. Logan is reluctant to go to Tokyo but cannot ignore this personal obligation. Logan asks Yukio to stop, and she says that he is a soldier who wants what all soldiers want, an honorable death to end his pain. A police car passes by, and he reluctantly agrees to go to Japan for one day to bid farewell and return immediately. Logan remembers the day he saved Yashida and, after going through the explosion, is asked if he feels pain. Logan says he always does. Yashida then asks how old he is, and he gives a vague response about how his age has been prolonged and has gone through many wars, implying that he is many, many years old. During the flight to Tokyo, Logan is uncomfortable, and he grows even more restless as the plane experiences turbulence. He wakes up from a nap, and Yukio explains that she has the gift of second sight or the ability to see death. Upon arriving in Tokyo, Yukio recounts how Yashida helped rebuild Tokyo after the war, and their family business is the most prominent in Japan. They arrive at Yashida's luxurious residence, and Logan notices that many of the guards are armed and asks about them. Yukio informs him that there have been many attacks, kidnapping attempts, and assassination attempts by the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza. Logan is then taken to be bathed and have his hair and beard trimmed, as they fear his primitive state may be contagious to the elderly Yashida. He is required to take a bath, to clean himself and shave until he is less offensive and more presentable. Finally, Logan is allowed to speak with Yashida, who presents him with the same sword he granted him 70 years ago. He also reveals his other intentions for bringing Logan to Japan. He believes that his cutting-edge company has the technology to offer him a unique opportunity. They can make Logan mortal and transfer his life-giving mutation to Yashida's own body. Logan is upset by Yashida's request and argues that no one should want his power. As he pleads for Yukio to take him home, he observes Shingen, Yashida's son and Mariko's father, coldly and angrily beating his distraught daughter. Heartbroken, Mariko prepares to jump off the nearest cliff but is saved by Logan. Yukio persuades Logan to stay for 1 or 2 more days and finds a room for his stay. Later, Shingen visits his father, Yashida, who tells him that he is not capable of running the company. He claims that in recent years, Shingen has brought the company to the brink of ruin, so he wants Mariko to be his successor when he dies. Shingen laughs at this and says it's not going to happen. While sleeping, Logan dreams of Jean, who appears in his bed and kisses him. But soon he realizes it's a dream, and Jean transforms into Yashida's oncologist, Dr. Green. Her snake-like tongue presses against Logan's throat and deposits something that causes a green vapor to come out of his mouth. He goes into a defensive position but suddenly hears a commotion outside his room and goes out to see, watching paramedics passing through the property. Seconds later, they carry out Yashida's lifeless body. Yukio appears crying and tells him that Yashida has died and she couldn't foresee his death. Days later, they hold Yashida's funeral in the center of Tokyo. Logan arrives with Yukio and watches the crowd attentively, participating in the funeral procession. Shingen is especially irritated with Logan and tells him to go home. Logan and Yukio enter the funeral and stand at the back of the crowd. On the rooftop, a lone archer watches the ceremony and silently whispers to Yashida's spirit, promising to protect Mariko. Mariko is brought to the front of the funeral by a pair of traditionally dressed priests. However, Logan notices Yakuza tattoos on the priest's arms. Sensing that something is wrong, he impulsively moves through the crowd, grabbing Mariko and saying that something isn't right there. This enrages Shingen, Mariko, and her fiancé, named Noburo. He spots a weapon-like shape under one of the priest's robes, which quickly draws his gun, and Logan is shot in the chest. He feels more pain than usual, and then all the priests remove their robes, revealing Yakuza tattoos and clothing. They quickly kidnap Mariko and, after an exchange of gunfire, flee from the funeral. As Logan pursues them, he is shot multiple times and fights significantly, hoping to regenerate from his wounds soon. Unfortunately, his healing ability seems to be severely impaired. The archer, named Harada, eliminates many Yakuza members, clearing the way for Logan and Mariko as they flee from the funeral temple. Yukio tries to follow them but is stopped by Shingen. Logan fights as much as he can against the kidnappers but struggles due to his strange current condition. They run through the streets as the Yakuza pursues them. Logan takes Mariko to the city center, and Harada takes down anyone who follows them. Mariko tries to dismiss him, but he refuses to give up on helping her. They board a bullet train, and when Logan asks where Mariko is going, she replies that her family has a house at the end of the line. Logan enters the train's restroom, examines his chest wounds, and sees that they're not healing. He exits the restroom trembling and is greeted by 4 Yakuza soldiers who start attacking him. He fights back, throwing one out of the train through a hole in the side that he opens with his claws. Then he tosses another one who ends up flying onto the top of the train. He eliminates another one with his claws and eventually falls out of the train through the hole, but manages to hold on with one limb gripping his legs. Further ahead, he sees an obstacle and jumps to get rid of it, landing on top of the train. A fight begins up there while he also has to deal with obstacles that keep appearing. Finally, he manages to defeat the Yakuza and returns to his seat on the train. He deduces that if the Yakuza is on the train, some will be waiting for them at their final destination. Mariko agrees, and the two of them leave the train well before reaching their intended destination. They walk through the city, searching for a safe and familiar place for Mariko. However, Logan stops her and explains that they need to find a place to stay where no one will look for them. He finds a shabby-looking hotel and drags her inside. The place is actually a love hotel, as Mariko calls it, claiming it's a hotel for couples. Logan thinks it's perfect because it's the last place the Yakuza would look for them, so they choose a room and go up the stairs. While Mariko sleeps, Logan keeps watch on the balcony. He hallucinates Jean, who tells him to leave everything and be with her. However, as he walks, a Yakuza member approaches him from behind and pushes him off the building, where other members torture him. Mariko wakes up and rushes to help him, killing the Yakuza members, and Logan passes out. Sometime later, Logan wakes up on a table, his wounds being tended to. Mariko appears and tells him that the hotel manager's grandson, who is a veterinarian, helped by removing the bullets and suturing his wounds. Logan tries to thank him, but the young veterinarian nervously recoils from him, pointing to the fresh cuts on his face and arms caused by Logan while he was being stitched up. He's much better than the previous night but still far from the immortality he had before. He tells her that Yashida's oncologist, the blonde doctor, must have done this to him. Meanwhile, Dr. Green walks through a dirty alley until she meets Harada, who is waiting for her impatiently. She is 2 hours late, and he is angry, so she demands to know where Mariko and Logan are. Harada is still searching, but Mariko hasn't shown up in the usual places. Green reveals to him that she is a mutant called Viper and instructs him to find them before the Yakuza does. Mariko and Logan head to Yashida's old house in Nagasaki. She doesn't expect anyone to follow them there because the house is old and in disrepair. They buy supplies, and she cooks for Logan. While they eat, Logan insists that Mariko tells him about what happened the other night that made her father slap her. She tells him that she was trying to warn her father that in 3 days, her grandfather's will would be read, naming her, not her father, as the new head of the Yashida Corporation. Mariko also tells him that her engagement to Noburo is an arranged marriage by her father for political reasons. She also explains about the solitary archer, Harada, with whom she grew up and has wanted to marry since she was 14 years old. The next morning, Yukio calls Mariko and begs to know where she and Logan are hiding.